Take notice, he got quiet. Why is it that? Stop. Don't show all that. Don't show the audience the behind the scenes.
We killing stuff? What are we doing?
Teamwork makes the scream twerk.
I'm doing what the fuck I want, Talos_OG.
Ah, you're here.
I'm so
my
sorry.
faithful mushroom.
That's so slay, Joey. I actually don't smell. Everybody, please don't think I smell like a beast. Oh, I need to keep my door open if I have my candle on. Does anybody else get headaches if you're like in a room and you shut the door and there's like candles? I don't know what I'm saying. Can I get caffeine in my system, please? You smell, you do. Well, you're gay, so who's really winning here? That's called carbon monoxide poisoning. Oh! Well, well, I'm glad I opened my door.
That'll clear the cavities.
Not Joey, like, getting my life together. I'm like, I have never done that, so, I'm gonna die. Well, it's over. Anyways. Oh, I want to show Mia a little guy. Because that side quest was cute, but I don't think I'm going to upload that to YouTube. Hello, house music. Hello, house music. Hello, house music. Try.
Pizza, pizza.
Pita, pita. It's Trans Visibility Day. Everybody celebrate. Everybody get up. Everybody dance. So the story so far, for anybody that's does not understand what's going on in Tiny Tina, I'm currently doing side quests because I do have to level up. So don't be alarmed if you're just watching me run around do silly little side quests that mean nothing. But in the story right now, we are trying to... I don't even know, honestly. We have to meet the Wastard. And the Wastard is a new character. We're just trying to get to the Dragon Lord. I'm glad this game is, like, very, like... tunnel vision. Like, you just get to the end of the game and you fight the final boss. Yes, stream Sophie. Love Sophie, stan Sophie. This game is so slay. I know, I love this game so much. I'm having such a great time, but I can tell, like... I don't want to say, like, I don't really care about numbers. Like, yesterday we talked about it. I don't really give a shit about numbers. But I'm like, I don't think a lot of people are really into it as much as I am. I'm, like, loving it. is little guy? I'm trying to get to little guy. You know what I should have... Well, I like the side quests in this game, too. I don't think they're boring. Like, I want to, like, do the side quests on stream. Like, yesterday we did this side quest with Little Guy, and then we did, the side quest with the hot skeleton guy. The gay ghost guy.
You like me gun? I got it on.
I think after this, our journey, besides Tomodachi Life, because Tomodachi Life is going to be something we just, like... I just do in bits and pieces, like, we'll reassess it. We do have to, like, space it out, though, because, like, obviously we can't do it for an entire stream, so it'll usually be... Part of me wants to say the end of the stream. I don't know. Whenever I really feel like it. I mean, I really just wanted to play Tiny Tina today, because yesterday Genshin took 7 hours to do the quest that just came out. So I didn't really get to play this yesterday. And I'm playing this exclusively for the live. So I'm like, hi Chopper! Been loving your YouTube videos lately of this game. Oh, I'm so happy. I was just saying that I feel like people aren't liking it as much as I am. I'm loving it. Okay, I think little guy is down here. Little guy is down here. I did not do any Tomodachi Life yesterday, if that's what you're saying. I can't see the next text. No, I did not. The way I just predicted what you said, oh my god, my mind. I think that's little guy over there. It's one of these houses. One of the guys just said Hornswoggle, like the WWE guy. What? Where's little guy? She said we could come back and say hi to little guy if we wanted. She literally told me to my face. Where is little guy? Where is Pookie? I'm so... Is he out for his walk? His daily walk?
You cannot escape my gaze.
So much to conquer.
Switch quests. Yeah, I already did it. She told me I could come back. Bring Pookie back! He's in here. We need to let him out. I'm so upset. Hello? That's not what I wanted. Let's calm down, PlayStation. Is it that serious? I don't know where to go for the next quest. Well, Pookie is a cute little yellow shark with a pink ribbon. Very cute. That Pookie, I guess, is, you know, gone. Not dead, because they were alive, but... Oh, this isn't where I wanted to go. Embarrassing for me. Let him out! Let him out! No, he's gone too! Why are all the characters I like just disappearing? My troll BF Snack ran away and never came back because I seduced him. And he never came back. And now this. I can't find Pookie. It's really a travesty if you ask me. Not on Trans Day of Visibility. So fucked up.
Rowdy, let's get...
I forgot that WrestleMania is this weekend. There is so much to do. I can't do this any longer. Can I just get to, like, the overworld? Is it that serious?
Rowdy!
Okay,
We meet again!
I'll just go this way. It's actually not that serious. I can run. Okay. Okay, to talk about it again, because we already talked about it a little bit earlier, but I literally cannot believe E3 is dead. Like, I really cannot. I don't think they're gonna bring it back, y'all. I really don't think they're gonna bring it back. Have they ever canceled an E3 before? I don't think so. They're not even holding, like, a physical one. Like, they're just not doing it. E3, the gaming presentation where a lot of new games debut, they're not doing it again this year. Yes, Martha is dead. Martha's fucking dead. No, she's, like, really dead. That bitch is dead. Martha's fucking dead, bitch. We need a Martha command. That game was so nuts. Can you believe we played that? That game is literally a fever dream.
Beset by a breathtaking bandit.
Shut up, bitch.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
Mayhaps contains a shrine piece. I mean, did you see the VOD? It was bad. That game is scary.
Well, hello there, little sprout.
Honestly, probably one of the best horror games in recent years, honestly.
Like rain, only sharp.
Joey, if you're still here, what class did you play when you played this? Okay. Oh.
Saved by a mushroom. The Conclave will never let me live this
Amar.
down. Why am I feeding you?
Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't like Spellshot, honestly. I'm playing that on my other file for, like, collab streams and stuff. Like, I have one for when I play with other people, and I really don't like it. I'm gonna try to... If I pair it with something else, it'll probably be better.
You didn't beg.
Am I supposed to be feeding you? Oh, you love that voice line.
I kill guys with a little help from my friends. Let's make this in.
It was the good side of camp. I agree. Okay. Yes, please revive me, bestie. What reference is that?
trouble. You found it. Where will fate lead me next?
That
The
one
spoils
song.
of war.
Oh. I thought it was gonna be like, I don't know, like a Lord of the Rings reference or something that I have never seen before. I want to watch Lord of the Rings, but considering I have no time to do anything,
Nearby, there's
I
a shrine piece.
don't know if it's in the cards for me.
For you, my friend, a shrine piece.
It's what? It's like, what, 11 hours or something? Some bullshit. Like, oh, alright. Watch everything. Slay!
Perfection itself. Quickly now, bring that lead here.
Tag it.
Yeah, they're long. The Hobbit. What did she... It did sound like she said a slur. I think she said tag it. But it sounded like another word. I'd let her say it. She's part of the LGBT.
Back in the race. We shall see who is
Race?
the true alchemist
Sorry.
now, brothers. Your pain.
Brother! I'm literally
Someday
my
they
own
shall call me
soundboard.
Midas, for everything I touch shall
No
turn
quest
to
too
gold.
small. So true.
I seek the truth between matter and myth.
Or almost good enough level. Oh, I haven't used my skill points. Awkward. I'll give it all for a little more. A soundboard taking its own day off. So true. Go this way. Flag. Joey, how did you feel about the ocean exploding? I don't know if I was a big fan of it. I still don't know if I like it. Kind of still mad about it. The ocean was so pretty, and then it just, you know.
You spy a poetry page.
I've always dreamed of adventure, of being the hero so bold.
There's more poem where that came from. Just talk to the poet in the Bright Hoof Tavern.
More expat. Wait, I still haven't seen Mr. Torg from that one stream that I was like, let me go find Mr. Torg so I can look up his skirt. Where is he? Like, I haven't seen him since. Where are you at, King? Oh my god, did you do the Murphs? The Murph side quest is my favorite. Not Fizzy Izzy's wig. Hi, Gray. Why is this? Is this supposed to be outside? No. Go up. Stay up. It is Mod Appreciation Day, so thank you to my mods, Gray, Asa, Mia, Marshall, Serena, Jenny, Stan list. That's my Stan list. I also keep having dreams that my mods, like, message me saying they need something, and then they're not real dreams, so I'm, like, waiting for a response back. I'm like, what's happening? You ever have those dreams that feel so real, or, like, those dreams that actually happen, like, That's So Raven?
Who said that?
Like, the futures that predict the dreams that predict the future? They're kind of crazy.
Hey, are you metal enough to help us? I'm Sinistrella, front woman for Talons of Bone Flesh.
Hail Gygaxus!
Praise be unto his dark name.
Is this a reference?
Basically, we're the most metal band in the world.
But
Yeah.
other bits and instruments could definitely be more metal. More spikes and horns and stuff. We were hoping you could help with that. Let's go with a natural material, like wood. But it's gotta be like evil wood from an evil tree. You get me?
Did you just say evil tree?
Yeah. There's supposed to be this wicked evil tree somewhere in the forest. See if you can find it. We really need some new super metal style.
Slay got Mick in this game. Oh my god,
You
so
say,
true.
weirdo?
Man, we're gonna look and sound so sick with this new gear.
Got Meek.
We'll show those posers in Playground Apocalypse who's the most metal.
Did you see that one post that was like, oh my god, can't believe Kiss is copying Got Mick.
And in the clearing, you see a super duper mega crazy evil looking tree, and it's bleeding, and it's like what does it go but it's evil. You know it's evil. It looks evil.
Yep, that's an evil ass tree right there.
Why are they still talking down there? Shut up.
They attack.
Defend the roots! The bloody roots!
Got me.
This'll be over before you can regret it. I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
The evil tree
Ow.
turns off your paltry ranged attacks. It appears you will have to get more up close and personal with its evil eyes.
You'll suffer in hats you could never imagine. Nothing! Never mind!
Whoa! Is that tree like bleeding? That is so metal!
So metal.
Wait, is the wood still bleeding even after it?
Yes, that should do nicely. Very
Oh, look at
nicely.
its face.
Bring it to us.
Oh, that's so cool.
Getting a metal makeover. Wait. maybe
He's
we-
cute. I like him.
What should we call it?
Oh, a dark! A dark! Something! Oh, I almost had it!
Rebirth.
Yes. I can feel it. Our dark demonic lord Zygoxis is most pleased. Look how he blesses us.
Wait, is this a reference to the fucking video of Oh? Is this a reference to the video of those 3 emo kids sitting and singing Evanescence? Do you know what I'm talking about? They just said the name. Lady something. Oh my god. Y'all, it's a reference. Hold on. This is totally a reference to that. I swear on my life. Three emo kids singing Evanescence meme Tumblr. Yes, this! Terra and Raven, the Azarath of Darkness. Do you remember this meme? And then this one. I'm not crazy. I'm literally not crazy. This is literally a reference.
Hi, I'm Tara, and I'm Raven, the Asterbath Princess of the Darkness. And with us today is Azer. We met at the anime table at lunch today.
Sorry.
And no, we didn't. Actually, we've known him for a really long time. And we just didn't notice him because we thought he was a prep.
Oh?
It's Azer.
I swear this is a reference. I swear.
Sick ass new gear.
Hail Zagexus!
Praise be unto his dark name.
Now, adventurer, let us reward you with a song. Prepare your ears as well as your soul. Hail Zygoxus!
Praise be unto his dark name. You feel the evil power of the evil chords thrumming evilly in your heart soul.
My heart soul?
I give them money. I tip them. Like it's a drag show.
It's working! Our music is so metal, it's literally raising the dead!
What is happening right now?
The power of the metal is summoning dead boys.
Oh. Well, you should probably stop that though, right?
Guys, stop. I'm trying to enjoy the show. What the fuck is your problem?
Loudifiers you could shut off.
The speakers?
The dumb one.
Speakers.
Speakers.
Fans are getting a little aggro.
Damn, son.
What was
You ever
this?
been in a mosh pit before? It's aggro as hell. This crowd is getting a little less rowdy, but only a little.
Where are y'all?
Another notch and not a coin to show.
Not an Archon. Genshin, oh my god.
The Undeados are going away, but not all of them.
The Undeados. Hello.
Unstoppable! Did a cat outdone that? I think not.
By his unholy name, our song was so metal we raised the freaking dead, you guys! Oh, I mean, yeah, that was pretty cool, I guess, or whatever.
You suck!
No,
Hey.
you suck, Archon!
Lady Infernum, down. I got this. Oh yeah? Well, we just raised the dead! Top that, you whiny sack of diarrhea!
Ooh.
I just need the adventurer's help first!
Ugh, fine. Go help him. This should be amusing.
So we're Playground Apocalypse, and you've probably heard of us. We're like legendarily metal, but like, I can't believe you actually helped those loser sellouts in Talons of Bone Flesh.
Welcome in, Soul. Thank you for the follow.
I can show them up with some real dark magic. I stole this page.
God, my
out of
makeup looks so
mouth
fucking
out
good
of this
today. Holy
powerful
shit.
witch's grimoire. It's a spell called the Hellhammer. I just need you to gather the magical reagents. Here, take it.
Not the Jonas Brothers. Oh my god, is this 5 Seconds of Summer?
Don't need to explain any
Is
of
that
this
their
stuff
name?
to an adventurer of your
Big Time
caliber.
Rush.
Even though I definitely know the actual reagents needed for it. I did try to conduct this spell with some clever substitutions at home, but all it did was overcook my
What's
breakfast.
I literally
pastry.
I just got bands mixed up. I was trying to make a Harry Styles reference. I don't know what band Harry Styles was in. One Direction. I got it. I really did. The fuck is 5 Seconds of Summer? That's actually like an emo band, I think. Hey Siri. Google 5 Seconds of Summer.
Okay, I found this on the web for Google 5.
Yeah, they're an emo band. What do you mean they're not? They're like alt? Well, I would consider them like in the genre. Like they're like Paramore. They're like rock, kind of like emo music.
What have we here?
An
But like
ancient
pop too.
obelisk juts from the ground nearby.
Don't question mark me.
Lest we summon a terrifying creature of dread power. This obelisk will summon a mushroom monstrosity.
What do you? What? Not you saying I don't listen to them, but you're question marking me. How dare you? They started like pop punk, but they're fully pop now. You mean pop goes punk, right? Oh, you mean just like the genre?
But this'll come in handy.
Gotcha. I mean, like, still, I know, like, Paramore is, like, now they're, like, a pop band, or, you know, they're not doing anything because they're not a band anymore, but towards their end of their career, like, I didn't really sense that it was anything but emo. I kind of, like, it's a rock band. Like, they're a rock band. I wouldn't consider them just, like, pop. I love the I'm gonna connect my phone to your ass phone from the wait, oh my god, Hannah Montana reference. Do you remember that song from Hannah Montana?
Hold thy tongue of fire. Let it come out.
Who was 5 Seconds of Summer? Oh, we were just talking about them. My bad. Stop! I keep getting 5 Seconds of Summer mixed up with One Direction. I'm like mixing in the members.
Oh, thoughts of a tyrant met a tyrant's literal brain.
Liza Minnelli was in a My Chemical Romance song? No, there's no way. You're lying to me. Liza.
Yeah, of course.
No, Harry Styles was in the Naked Brothers band. Did you know when Nope, I'm not gonna say that.
I knew that's what it meant. I tried to use a passive-aggressive sticky note my mom left me. Talk about a tyrant. I hate her so much.
It's called Mama. So true.
Or is it your?
It begins.
Ooh, that looks pretty. Mom. Me.
Of course. His literal eye. That makes sense. Which is a thing I already knew anyway.
We are in the trenches.
I tried to use magnifying eyeglass. My little sister.
Like, actually.
Dolls. Mom always takes her side. I hate her so much! Looks like you've gotten all the reagents we need. So get back here already! I need to show those tools how metal Plague Rat Apocalypse really is!
I call foul.
So the cauldron is like ready for the reagents.
Why do they look like that one sports
Dump 'em
team?
in there so
This
I
looks
can
like a
do my dark
sports
magics and
team
whatnot.
scenario. What am I supposed to do? Oh.
Okay.
I'm sure this is a reference to something, but I don't get it.
Stand back, because I don't think you're ready for the face-meltingly metal crap I'm about to show you. This one starts with a totally sick-as-hell solo. You guys just come in after it, yeah?
The mushroom companion on the
Demonic
stage.
Lords! Are you seeing this? Do you see how friggin' metal I am?
Huh. I guess this means the other band wins?
Was that necessary? Was it that serious? Okay.
Hey, so, what just happened over there!
They all died.
They tried to cast a spell. Then they all died.
Do you know what this means, guys? We are officially the most metal band in the world!
We are so
Slay besties.
Super metal.
There's only one thing left to do. The most metal thing of all.
Did y'all see Redacted Dawson was trending on Twitter because he got approved for a surrogate or something?
To the most metal band in the world,
Or whatever it
we
was.
give you the
Like he's gonna have a
ultimate
kid.
reward to be a human sacrifice to our dark demonic Lord Zagaxis.
The band comes at you with
What?
demonic frenzy in their eyes. You have no choice.
Well, y'all are
but to
dumb.
fight for your life.
The stuff legends are made of. Probably should have seen that coming.
Well,
Who's this guy?
How am I supposed to cause demonic mischief without a body to possess?
Gygaxis, I presume. In my defense, they did try to kill me.
You're right. I suppose this
Not
isn't
Lee
only
Dawson.
one.
You know what
Then,
Dawson I'm talking about.
Well, I guess you were only trying to help.
Lee is not redacted.
I will reward your efforts, but there's something I'd like you to do for me in return.
Now I have to do a quest from the demon that just possessed these groups. What is this belly button? Put those grippers away! Sorry, that one TikTok audio. From, what did Lady Camden say? Sonic's bitchy girlfriend, or whatever. She has a name, Lady Camden, but go off, girl. Name is Amy Rose. Got bussy. Ew, I just zoomed in so far on it. Hold on, I can actually zoom in more. Hey, yo. The Gabasi. Oh! Ew! It's beautiful. Does he have a dumpy? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Damn.
All right, here's the deal. I need a new
Hi, Issa.
body, and helping me out is really the least you could do to make amends.
I was only trying to help, but I'll admit, things did go off the rails a little bit there.
Yeah, that'll happen around here. Now the first thing we have to do is find the Shadebar Grimoire, so you can recite my true name.
That's not Jack Black.
Meet me in Bradhoof.
And he teleports away in a demonically magical poof.
Wait! Ziggy-Wits!
He's already gone, boo.
But why does it
While he was recording for the movie with Claptrap, they were like, we need you in the studio. We need you to do some voice files for the new game.
Back me up, girl.
That is indeed not how demons work.
See? Told you, dummy.
Did I tell y'all the story? I don't know if everybody's heard the story yet, and I don't even know if, like, I should be saying this because, you know, NDAs, but for the thing I filmed for 2K and Borderlands and Gearbox, when they asked me about the cast for, they were, like, asking us about the cast for the movie, then they were like, oh yeah, we want, like, quick fire answers. We want, like, your response to, like, the cast members. We want you to talk about the cast members. I was like, okay, cool. They start with, who's the girl from, oh my god, what's her name? Who's playing Tiny Tina in the movie? Fuck. Borderlands 2, nope. Movie. Cast. Oh, they said Kate Blanchett for Lilith because she's playing Lilith, and I was like, oh my god, awesome! Like she's gonna be such a great fit. Like I can't wait to see her in this universe. Blah blah. Blah. I'm like saying all these immersive answers for characters. They say Jamie Lee Curtis for Tannis. I'm like, I'm such a big Jamie Lee fan. I can't wait to see her in the movie. I'm so excited. She's such a girl boss, blah, blah. Then they talk about Jack Black as Claptrap. I do a whole spiel. Then they say, how do you feel about Kevin Hart as Roland? I went, amazing. And that was it. Like, full dialogues for every other cast member. And then for Kevin Hart, I was like, oh.
We're not talking.
We're not talking.
Please, we're not talking. What shall I meet death out with?
I hope they leave it in.
So much to
Everybody
check
being
out.
like, oh my god, awesome. And I'm like, wow, amazing. Period. Crickets. Like, actually. Like, Curtis was behind the camera. And Curtis looked at me and he was like, go on. I was like, I can't. I don't know what else to say. So true. I mean, I think Jack Black is a great pick for the movie for Claptrap, and I think Jamie Lee Curtis for Tannis is such a good pick. Like, I think the picks are good. And, like, I talked to someone on set about it, too, and I was like, I don't hate Kevin Hart, but, like, I don't know if, like, a lot of people in our generation that are gonna go see the movie are gonna like seeing him in that role. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he really fits the aesthetic and, like, fits, like, the vibe. Like, he does not pass the vibe check. Yeah, I think Jack Black as Claptrap is such a, like, good pick. Because Claptrap's, like, the funny comedy relief character. So, like, Jack Black, easy. I can't wait to see a trailer for, like, the movie. Because they've just talked about it and given us, like, sneak peeks and stuff. But I haven't seen, like, an actual trailer. I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be so cool. I'm very excited to see it. Hopefully we work together on something. Maybe I can go to the movie premiere. What if that actually happens? Manifesting, manifesting, manifesting.
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire.
You're the one who killed my host, so you're gonna help me find a new one. Now here's the deal.
Saint, thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
The catacombs beneath the city. To call them witches would be generous. They are mostly bored house husbands and housewives with too much time on their hands. Basically, they're always trying and failing to summon demons. But they have somehow managed to acquire the Shadeborn Grimoire. You will need to get it back.
What must I do?
As you may have noticed,
Yeah, I kind of think they're going to make Roland, like, the joke character, too, considering they cast Kevin Hart for the role. I don't think they're going to take him seriously. But maybe that's me.
Having fun, little fungus?
What just happened? Why did I die?
You knew that would happen.
Yeah, I did. So listen, I can get this thing open, but I'll need to channel my powers through a host.
Oh, fuck off.
Namely,
Bounce, welcome in. Seriously, awesome having you here. We're just doing some Borderlands side quests. We haven't progressed the story because I'm under level, but we're doing some side quests. And just talking about Borderlands in general. Hi, Saint. Welcome in. So happy to have you as well. First time chatters.
go do some bad.
And my pronouns are they, them, by the way.
Why not
Just
stop
for
by
reference.
scamming some townfolk rubes out of the money? That'll be fun.
Ooh, that sounds kind of icky. What if we did something slightly less evil, like cutting in line?
Zygaxis ponders your real dumb suggestion.
Fine. I suppose that's
Thank you.
evil adjacent.
Just so I'm clear, we're doing bad stuff at the behest of a demon? This feels out of character for us.
Come on, Fret, live a little.
Y'all want that sweet reward, don't you? Then play along.
I saw you on Twitter and I was like,
But I'm
yes.
not
Period,
changing my
baby.
character's alignment over this. We'll call
Welcome
it a
in.
mulligan.
What the hell is a mulligan?
Yeah, is that some sort of spell I haven't heard of or something?
No, it's... Never mind.
We have to get money.
I'm taking donations for charity.
Donations?
Donations? Oh, I hate charity. It's all a scam.
You don't want to donate to a trans person on Trans Day of Visibility? Fuck this guy. Ah! Not him hate criming me! Sicko. Anyways.
What do you want? Chop chop? I'm a very important and busy man with my own name and backstory and stuff.
Hello. I am taking donations for the, Hermitage Foundation. They build houses for needy hermits.
Alright. You're lucky I'm also exceedingly wealthy, with a kind and generous heart. Here you go.
Sly, thank you so much for donating to a trans person on Trans Day of
Another
Visibility.
notch on my belt.
I wish it was that easy.
I'm afraid I can't come to the door because I despise human interaction.
Me.
I'm just asking for donations to charity.
Oh, this is already unbearable. I can feel my skull crawling just hearing you talk. If I give you money, will you go away?
Yeah, sure.
Here. Now, please go away and stop.
Yes.
Well done. Well done. Keep at it. Next, I want you to paint my demonic sigil around the town to increase my power. And deal with any guards that try to stop you.
Or, and hear me out, what if we played a prank on someone, huh? How about that?
You do you, Bill.
Not deface buildings. Guys, this is our safe place. Like, what are we doing? Come on.
Oi! I won't be having
Guys!
sigil painted in my town.
Do you have a problem? Oh. Why won't he die?
Gather round!
Why are we doing this?
Only sharper.
This is why we get along.
Why are we literally ruining our safe place? I don't understand.
Dreamed of adventure.
I don't want to do this.
You there! Stop it right this instant! I'm going to give you a good and proper kicking for that!
Will
Come
you?
on, Mr. Nice Guard!
That's what I fucking thought, bitch. Stay in your lane. A nice shiny penny. So true. Beat this bitch. Can you wake that bitch up? I like that last night in the Discord, House Music was explaining Drag Race Season 3, and I pinpointed the exact moment and explained everything that happened in that exact moment. Because I'm insane and seen Season 3 so many times. I think if you asked me to recite the whole dialogue from Season 3, I probably could. Could you jump a little higher for us? And she doesn't. She's like, ooh, wow, oh. Okay, go. Okay, maybe I was being a little dramatic. Jeez.
Delightful! I can feel my power growing. You've done well. Finally, I want you to find these annoying
Ultrasense, thank you for the follow.
spouting
Welcome in.
pet names at each other. And kill them!
Well, if
Okay, that's one idea. But what if we were to instead...
I stopped to tell you a joke. If it's transphobic or nasty, I wouldn't even bother. I have 4 mods right now.
Huh? Huh?
Are you kidding? Whatever, man.
But let's hear it. Let's ask the audience. I have some sound files ready. I can do some laugh track. I can do some booing. Let's hear it. What do you call a happy farmer? A jolly rancher. Funny. I giggle. I actually don't like Jolly Ranchers. I'm more of a Starburst type of gal.
Yes, finally! I tell you, I couldn't listen to one more second of that drivel. Love, am I right? It's so disgusting.
I can't believe we just did that.
Hey, everybody's gotta go sometime.
What color Starburst though? Anything but the reds. I don't like the reds.
I think you're proud
I'll have any other flavor.
to host my demonic personage.
If I had to rank, it'd probably be orange first, then yellow, then pink, and then red. The pink ones are good. I just like I'm always like a fan of orange and yellow candy. Like, they're always my favorite. Y'all like the red ones? I feel like the red ones taste like medicine.
Here we go. Open your heart, soul to the darkness. Dictath, ma Nagitomiya, disparte.
Wait, we're just like we're just accepting that we're getting possessed. So fun,
Wait,
so quirky.
I'm not sure if I...
Cozy.
Oh, I sure hate this.
Let this demon being in my body.
Over it. Now then, approach the gate. There we are. Now, a forceful blow should do it. Well, go on, have a look. These insufferable wannabes must have set up some kind of secret passageway.
They have
Only
skinny
idiots think secret passageways
face.
are cool.
Hey, I think secret passageways are cool.
Oh, my mistake. I didn't realize that you, too,
Fruity
are
candy
an
makes me anxious. What the?
Secret passages tend to have secret switches.
Why?
It must be hidden nearby.
You don't like a little bit of fruit? You don't like fruities? Honestly, I would be too. Gay people are scary.
You're okay.
I can't find the secret switch. Is it over here? The way this is gonna take me extra long because, like, I'm not wearing my glasses. Am I supposed to know? Am I actually supposed to find this? Thank you, Moshi. Oh, is it right there? Where is the switch? I just flipped the switch. Oh. Found it. What the? This is like that one scene from Marsha is Dead. Marsha? Don't look at me. Don't even look at me. Don't address me after that one. I mixed Marshall and Martha. And then it came out... Okay. I don't even know who... Oh! This is from the... This is from the thing they sent me. This is from the PR box. These are the images from the PR box. Oh my god, that's so cool. I didn't think they'd be in the game.
Spread out, see? Give a skull some room.
Marshall is gonna be dead with the morning shift he's been taking. He's been dying. Oh, look at this goblin! Little statue. That's funny. I'm exploring. I'm exploring and having a good time, gal. Oh. What are these? Dead bodies? Dead bodies. Are we gonna pull out a pair of scissors and do an abortion on this? Like, Martha is dead. I can't do this.
Damn it, Acolyte Mabel! Your pronunciation is terrible! How are we supposed to summon a proper demon when you insist on pronouncing it Urgaxiton, when it is clearly written right there? Urgaxitan. The deep dark that suffers no light doesn't... Stop right there! Who dares interrupt our dark machinations?
Why are we... Did I just run into a cult?
I am the dread god known in the common tongue as Zygaxis. You will hand over the Shadeborn grimoire to this, my fleshy vessel, or I will summon forth the forces of the deep dark that suffers no light to eviscerate your unworthy bodies. Do not test me.
No, I don't think I will be doing that. For one thing, I don't believe you. For another, who's ever heard of Zygaxis?
Oh, welcome in, Art. Sly Art. Welcome in.
Yeah, me too.
To arms, acolytes!
Are they gonna fight me? Another day.
You have sealed your own fate. You wanted to summon the forces of the deep dark that suffers no light.
Definitely Slay Art. I agree. Very Slay. Welcome in from TikTok, though. I appreciate having you here. I don't know, Marshall. I wouldn't do Haley like that. Becky looks kind of, you know... Definitely looks sus. There's an imposter among us.
This world's no place for the weak. Oh, I'll make it.
Yeah, no disrespect. Love her, but like... maybe put some extensions in and let the bangs grow out. I don't know if it's the look for her. Let's just say it's an interesting look that she will have for WrestleMania.
What am I feeding
And hopefully she'll
be feeding you?
lose at WrestleMania. For that haircut alone.
Drop the grimoire.
No, literally, it looked better when Bianca cut it. It looked good. It was like choppy, but it kind of fit her vibe. I kind of liked it. I don't like the neon orange she did. I'm like, calm down. It doesn't need to be that orange. Like, why are we neon orange? You look like a traffic cone, ma'am. Sorry. Is going on the potential list of drag names. Slay Art! Oh, hello. Are you okay in there? Can I kill her? Nope.
Off to adventure, eh?
You want to talk when I leave?
Cheers, hero!
Yes! Now speak my true name from within the book. It's on page 667. So close to the best page in the book.
Your true name is Ixaffelgrok?
That's me!
Hi, Stephen Nicks.
I feel my power returning. Now, interview these sad bastards in the
No, you didn't, Huss Music. Don't lie to us like that.
Might be a suitable host for my most unholy self.
Oh, now we talk to them. Hello.
Boy, you saved us. Listen, I'm Vinnick, and those crazy coven wannabes were gonna sacrifice me and the other folks in here. We owe you everything.
Yeah. Now repeat after me. Exapelgrak Nestat Interidum Monocar.
Oh, okay. Zebra don't just taste Interim Monaco.
He's worthless.
Whoa, not cool.
Shut up.
Bejart. We need to do like a beautiful collab night with Bejarty.
Hey, are you gonna free me or whatever?
That depends. Recite after me. Exapelgrak Nestat Interidum Monocar.
Sure. Exapelgrak Nestat. Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to get me possessed or something?
Yes.
Ooh, sorry, but yes, we are.
Actually, that sounds pretty boss. I'm into it. Exapelgrak Nestat Interidum Monocar.
Now, Vaxen, are you prepared to host my essence?
Totally, my dude. Fill me up.
Not fill me up.
Oh, I can just feel the darkness in this one. We're going to make a good team, you and I.
As your humble servant, I can't wait to see what kind of stuff we can do together.
That's a good boy. Farewell, adventurer. I'm sure our paths will cross again. Eventually.
Wait, it's name.
I did what I
That
did.
person's name, the demon's name now is Ava. Ava Zinn. Not Ava getting possessed.
Hey, Stinky.
Wow. What a lovely time down here. So that guy blew up, that guy got out, and now this girl's just sitting over there? Oh, she died. Okay. Well. Another day. Well, at least we unlocked this area. I knew there was a way to unlock it. I'm not crazy. Hi. He's playing the drums. Slay moment.
You'll be mine soon enough.
Also, you know what I did? I installed the browser extension, the Shin Megami Eyes. And did you know that Onyx is green on the Shin Megami Eyes? Stunning. I don't know who did that for Onyx, but like, slay. It's a browser. So Shin Megami Eyes is a browser extension for Google Chrome that it'll tell you if someone's transphobic or if they're supporting of trans people. So your name will pop up green if you support trans people, and if you don't and their name is red, it means they're like transphobic and gross. It's all like user submitted and stuff. Yeah. If you don't have it, I would suggest getting it. It's honestly great. Someone should submit me, because like, hello. But like, also, it's definitely slay. It helps. I kind of like going to like these people that I follow and like seeing if they're like red so I can unfollow them. That happened. Did you actually know? Considering I've been playing Apex a lot, I don't know if y'all see my Discord activity, but I'm playing Apex Legends a lot. They have a queer character named Seer. It was their first bisexual man character. Well, no, there's other men that are LGBT in the game, but this one was the first, I think, openly gay. No, because Gibraltar was. I don't know what he was, but like gay. They released a new character and he's gay. And the voice actor, after that came out, someone saw that the voice actor for this character named Seer is very alt-right? Oh, right, and very transphobic. So, like, I love that the only, like, one of the only openly, like, femme, I want to say femme, in the game, like, they didn't, I feel like they should just change the voice actor. That's terrible. Like, because, like, the character is, like, I don't know how to phrase it. I don't want to say, like, this character is, like, gay, like, that's their gimmick, but, like, when they dropped, I remember, oh, maybe it was POC? Like, queer? I don't remember. I'm not an Apex, like, diehard yet. I'm getting there. But, apparently that voice actor is very transphobic. So, not Slay.
Dreamed of adventure. Of being the heroes.
What new stuff did we get? Eyeliner! You can unlock new eyeliner? Oh, that's so slay. I love... My character just has a smoky eye, so you can't really see it, but... What? Look at that! Armor decoration! That's so cool! Look at its, like, runes and, like, ancient and, like, mystical, magical, like, demon stuff. That's so cool.
You cannot escape my gaze.
And I can change the color. Oh, look how cool I can make it! That's so fucking cool! Oh my god, I love that one. Not Valentina's ancestor. You're so... I'd like to keep it on, please. 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 What's happening? Why do I hear the enemy music? Not the guard from the side quest that we just did still walking around.
You there! Stop it right this instant! I'm going to give you a good and proper kicking for that!
I can't unfortunately redeem skeleton key codes on my main file because I have to pay for PlayStation Plus. Hi, Rube. If you connect your Epic Games and your PS account to the same Shift account, you should be able to redeem the skeleton keys on PC and use them while on PS4. So what, I have to open the Shift website and link my PS4 account? But, like, it doesn't let me... Like, you think? Is it just gonna show up here? It doesn't even let me do this. It says pay. Hi, Titinta. Hi, Reese. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I mean, I could just pay for 1 month, but do I really want to do that? Pay $10 to get some skeleton keys. The loot's worth it, but like, is it worth the 10?
Hey, I'm not about to let you go around defacing our town with that nonsense. Have at you.
Microtransactions be like, we. It's okay, the men in the chat thought they could help out, but just let it be known that the woman is always right.
Traded my soul for a sweet loot with 15 strings.
If anyone was wondering, Genshin Impact and Fortnite on PlayStation don't require PS Plus. Nobody? Okay. Yeah, that's weird. But also, like, why does this make me want to play for PS Plus if, like, those games don't even... Like, Shift is a free service. Kind of weird.
If I ever want a chance at love, I'll need to rescue a...
Are we level 23? I can't see that. Does that say 23?
Hey, I'm not about to let you go around defacing our town with that nonsense. Have at you.
Do I really have to fight all of these guards for the rest of the existence in here? Where is this guy? Because I'm about to beat this bitch up. Was that side quest really worth it? It was for the armor. Because the armor is like really slay. Like, look at this slay moment that we're having. I also love that they added photo mode. Like, this is so helpful. Look at this. This armor is fucking cool, dude. Like, look. Also, I wish it went, like, to nighttime. I wish there was a day and night cycle. Yeah, I'm about to do that right now. I need to find Mr. Torg so I can look up his skirt. Because I want to see, it slap me in the face. Oh, here he is.
Explosion at!
Let me back up. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Yo! It's big! It's big! Ooh! Oh my god. We won. We won. Yo! That's good. Ooh. Ooh! Damn! Oh my god. Wait a minute. Not he got dookie stains. I don't think that, I think it's just shading. Just cell shading. Look how big it is. Look, it's like girthy. That was the thumbnail. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hi, sir. POV, you know what it is. Can I have him look at the camera? I can't. Damn, we lost. Okay, that was good though.
It's so quiet right now. I could lose my f***ing mind.
We could get loud for you. They need to take this game away from you. Yeah. Okay, I had my fun. Y'all. No fun allowed here, I guess. Nem doesn't get to look at pee-pee. Honestly, that's an idea, Talos. And that's probably the reality of the situation. How are you liking this game so far? I'm loving it. I have no complaints. Well, I did have a couple. My only complaints are that my complaints are that the audio files for your character are pretty, they like repeat a lot, so you hear like the same like 2 audio files from your main character, like because your character's talking over and over again, which can kind of get annoying and you can't even turn them off. I don't know, maybe you can. And then I don't remember what the other one was, but I had another. Toggle whether non-story dialogue will be heard from player characters. Oh. So you can turn it off. So then I have no complaints if this actually works. Let's see. We'll see when my person farts.
2 heads are better.
If my mushroom... Can I speak? If my mushroom guy farts and there's no audio file, then it works. And then I have no complaints for this game.
That's what I get for downloading software.
And yet, I am helpless. You.
Have fun at work.
You come to redeem me.
What troubles you, Ghost?
You are kind to stop on my account. It is more than I deserve. But my truest love, Yara.
Oh, it actually worked. So yeah, I have no complaints.
If you would aid me, I would bid you to follow.
That's very
Worshippers
slay.
of the feral serpent Grisnasak have preyed upon the surface dwellers to feed their sacrificial rites since an age forgotten. And all that time, I've been here, naught but aghast, unable to stop them. But I can be of some assistance. I will grant an ingress to their temple. Gaze now upon the fields of dead, victims of the coiled cultists.
What's he talking about? What dead?
Oh, right. My bad. Okay, there's lots of gravy stones. Like a lot.
This is pretty.
Like a lot. Like...
We get it.
Is a lot.
Wait a minute. Gravestones? This used to be the bottom of the ocean. How does that make any sense?
It's called scene setting, Valentini.
Based on your
Valentini.
arsenal, I assume you will not blanch at your task. You must slay the coiled Tizocs and retrieve the 5 pieces of Yara's voice shattered by the dark magic.
Her voice.
They twist her angelic voice
Ow!
to a dark resonance which summons the feral serpent. Curse them. They befoul Yara's memory, and in doing so, they bind her soul to this mortal plane. I will not rest until she is free. That fateful day, Yara and I were enjoying a midday sail. She was singing me a song of such beauty that I nearly wept. But then,
What is
the
that?
sea roiled around
Oh,
us.
that's my leg. I'm trying to get comfy, y'all. I don't know. I can't get comfy right now. Hello.
You'll never win, hero. I dedicate my body to die. 7 arrows.
Your kebab is most creepy.
so slay. My character's not annoying anymore. Love that. Thank you for adding that so that I cannot be annoyed. I remember that was annoying in the other games too. Am I supposed to be feeding? Yeah, no more. No more. Oh my god, Roblox!
It was a sudden storm of scale and claw, a cabal of wicked coiled, and in a flash they snatched my beloved from the deck, dragging her below.
Roblox. Roblox. Oh, wow. Oh, it just does that.
The coil calls on you, sisters!
Unnecessary sacrifice. So true, actually. It was getting very grating. I don't know if that's the right word. But you just like technically like run in and just get the cube and run.
Is this
It is. Great job, Nemesis. Thank you.
I dove in pursuit without hesitation, swimming down and down, a fire of devotion.
Smack him!
Then, just as I thought my strength would fail me, I grasped her hand.
And a ghost of a chance!
sorcery? Can they do that? Everything she tastes, so that she
I hate that we killed that coiled girl boss earlier in the story. That was so rotted.
I shed these scales for something.
We plummeted into the blackening sea. The creatures raking me with their talons, but I did not let go. My lifeblood swirled around me, salty brine burning in my lungs, but I did not let go.
He's really dramatic.
Join me, brother!
I think his wife died or something. I don't know. Is that what we're trying to fix?
Just little rabbits.
Oh, she passed away? Oh. Oh, yikes. This goes through ammo really fast.
So much to live for! All that
Remember when we used to be able to listen to music on stream? I miss that. When DCMA wouldn't run our lives. Like, when that started happening, I don't, like, how horrible. How annoying. And, like, the way they mute VODs because they hear sounds that they think are copywritten, that is too much. Whoever's at the offices of DCMMA. DCMMA. Your mom gay. Lol.
Yara was the last thing I saw as my vision faded. Her delicate face, twisted and wide-eyed in terror, wordlessly pleading, but I could not save her. I failed.
Thank the brood, Mother, you're here.
I'm just here to get this Roblox cube, thank you.
Stay back. Is this my last? Everything tastes so good. For the Cabal. Not yet.
Why is there a skeleton? We're fighting the mermaid people. Excuse you. Slay.
The treachery of the Tizocs is ended, but this tale is not. Now, place the arcane devices upon the pedestals, and prepare yourself, for only through the crucible of Grisnesak's death will Yara's voice be mended.
Oh, we're almost level 24. Slay. And we did the story quest. Slay moment. We haven't done a story quest in like 3 streams, LMAO. But, I mean, honestly, I think we're gonna 100% this. So, like, I want to get everything done in this game. There literally is. It's nuts.
It comes.
Who calls me hence? You are not one of my
I should probably play
servants.
something alongside this, though. Like, I think I'm gonna start another game just because, like, there's so much in this that it'll probably go on for, like, months. Not months, but, like, weeks. Instead of specifically just streaming this. But who knows? I'm enjoying myself, so I don't care. I don't care. Get a hobby.
Quickly, retrieve Yara's voice.
When they say quickly and I'm still fighting, I'm like, I need a minute. Oh my god, Seraphine!
Hark, her voice. It is a sweet kind of agony to hear it again. Come, this way.
Not them having Seraphine.
What agony it must have been for Yara to have her soul.
I love you, Ariana Grande!
Spirit. Make it right.
I'm a singer.
What is? Can you hear it?
No.
Her song. The last song she ever sang for me.
Girl, she's a siren.
Even
Like,
more beautiful than I remember.
you are so...
My dearest Yara, to my great and eternal shame, I could not save you in life, but even in death, I have not abandoned you. I only pray that my actions this day will finally grant you the peace which you have been wrongfully denied for so very long. Please, make her whole again.
Make her a what? Excuse me?
Orin, it is time to let go.
Yara, but I've only just gotten you back.
We can be together again, but you must let go.
Not her telling him to, you know,
As you wish, my
unalive. Oh. Are they fucking? was literally already a ghost. Okay, go off. I guess that all the side quests, I just assume they're like references. Like that had to be a reference to something. Oh my god, look how close we are to leveling up. Are you kidding? Fuck off. That's so annoying. Okay, let's do the story quest. So we met the Wastard, and I guess it means it's a wizard, son of a wizard, son of a whatever. That's what you missed on Glee. He's always be sliding down. Stop sliding down my arms. You just stay up, please. I hate an Ariana Grande note.
Inside every hero is a skeleton that wants to be. They had so much to unlive for.
Oh, maybe I can't do this. They're level 25? That's really high level. We'll see. Yes!
You died for it.
Slay. It's the fucking Weaverins that were doing a lot of damage to me last time we were here. So I'm trying to take those out first. Uh-oh. This guy looks big. See, right there, that move. That move does it. Gotta take him out before they do that, and I die. Alright, we need to pick a struggle. On the ground enemies or on the... in the air enemies. I can't do both. Let's stop. Why am I being shot? What's happening? Alright. I think we're getting somewhere.
I was afraid of this. Quartz in the ground is sapping the soul out of the jaw. We gotta jumpstart it. We'll need an exceptionally powerful source of magic. Oh, that relic you found me in. We need another one of those. The undead keep a stockpile of charged relics on the upper levels. There's a smaller, less cool elevator nearby that you can use to get up higher.
My kit is pretty slay right now, though. I think we're set. I wish I could use a skeleton key, though.
greatness I live!
Ooh, slay this elevator. Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die, sir. Why did he just get armor? Okay. Wait, why do they all have weird armor? What is this? What is this new mechanic? I don't enjoy that.
Yeah, this is way less cool.
Skeletons make everything cooler. I don't know what else to tell you.
Oh no! My controller's dying! Silly controller. I think the charger's in here. Oh, that means I have to bend over. Bend over. Know where the port is. Hello? Such a pain in the ass. No more wireless gamer. I cry. Can I plug this in, please? That would be so slay. Thanks.
Look at all this mining equipment. What is the Dragon Lord doing here?
Oh, you've probably seen those crystals around. Quartz naturally absorbs soul energy, even sucks it right out of the ground. The Dragon Lord's been using his armies to mine it out, but then he ordered me to start turning living people into undead workers. Man, I refused, and now look at me.
I mean, yeah, okay, it sounds bad when he says it, but the guy's body is crazy full of power. He wasn't even using it. You snooze, you get your soul ripped out of your body and thrown in the ocean, as the saying goes.
So many Minecraft games. Oh my god. We won. Minecraft. Listen, zombies, get a life. Oh. I'm a little dizzy, brew. Are you still watching season 3? Slay episode. Oh my god, that's the QNN. Wait. Yeah. Because you already watched the exercise challenge. That one was good. When Delta put the exercise into her tits. We're gonna shake and bake. Shove it down, right down inside there. Delta, you dirty dog. You dirty Delta. The words in that? Raja's character's name. They say the T word a lot. No, no, no. RuPaul being suspicious. What was that? Oh. You have to, if you can get your hands on Untucked from season 3, oh. Shangela better hope they don't put that back on any streaming platforms, because Shangela says the T word a lot. I think we talked about this before.
The relic storage area is somewhere in this mining camp.
Okay, damage numbers. Period, period. Wait, why are they coiled up here? They're mermaids, and we're on a high level of the ground. Like, we're up in the sky right now, in like the sand area. But how does that make sense? Is everything okay? Why are there so many enemies right here? What is happening? Oh my Jesus! I guess. I see them more, I mean, I guess they're kind of snakes, but I really just see them as... It's like they were introduced as under the water, and now they're like randomly up here. Oh, it's because this bitch is spawning them! You nasty bitch! Can I just melee to death? My melee does a lot of damage. Let's just do this. Thanks.
I was so close to ascendancy.
No, you weren't. Noob. Oh.
What's got the coiled all riled up? I haven't seen them up here in eons.
See?
I traveled through their sacred sanctum and killed the dark god who dwelt there.
I guess it's a story plot. Okay, I'm over it. Isn't this where we started? I guess not.
You nitwit, get your bony butts out here! No, Russia! Don't turn my head into a mock! I smell a hero around here!
Okay, I'm sensing some relics. They're definitely in here. In the unliving quarters.
What is that?
Alright. See which one of these relics is the strongest. We need a lot of soul energy to raise that jaw.
Is this a relic? This has to be.
No, thank you. I would like to stay on my pillar, please.
Oh, okay. The relics are sentient, so...
Let's go, bro! My magic is like
Thanks for the follow, Gecko.
straight to the dome!
Ugh, two, bro.
Not too, bro. I mean, true, but... Why not? Thanks.
It's me! I brought a daffodil back to life once. It died later, but that wasn't my fault.
Too weak.
That's all of them!
None of the relics are good enough?
None of the relics you can see. Wink.
Did you mean to say wink?
Yes, that was for newbies' benefit. Tina does her own closed captions.
Oh, that's gotta be the one. Check it out.
Hello?
Oh, hell no! No, you ain't getting this magic.
Are we sure about this one?
Oh yeah, that thing has big relic energy for sure. We'll get plenty of use out of it.
A big relic energy.
Screw
B, D, E. I wanna
Channel
be
this thing's energy into
big
the jaw.
relic
Got an
energy.
arcane focus out in front. Head over there.
Slay.
Farther out than I left it. Must have broken off with some of the other floating platforms.
Hello? Demon, thanks for the follow. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. We're gonna die. Please revive me. Oh no, I don't think he's gonna be able to revive me. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Ah, I'm scared! Please don't kill me. Okay. Jesus.
You have entered the Bone Zone!
Does it want me to do? Repair. Well, how do I get up there? Oh. I'm levitating.
Now, the soul energy needs a body as a conduit. So, you'll have to do it yourself. Place the relic, and we can begin.
With this much soul energy, you need more than one person channeling it, or the effects could be catastrophic. Say it with me. Ragu, Barata, Pesto!
Just pasta names.
Ragu, Barada, Pesto.
Ragu, burrata, pesto.
My controller vibrating. Calm down.
Ragu, burrata, pesto!
So what now?
The Skelevator grinds to unlife!
Slay.
See that? Get enough soul energy coursing through you. Anything's possible. Let's go.
Hey, who's doing necromancy? Skeleton stuff is my brand.
Well, get owned. We're doing some cool swag stuff. I'm hashtag slaying this the house fierce mama. How do I get over there? I ran past that. Why does it want me to go back? The pasta, literally. Oh, there's a jump pad. I make some good ass pasta. Now I want pasta.
Time to get my beautiful body back. I honestly given up on ever having a corporeal form again until you came along.
Oh, we're slowly levitating. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever.
Okay, this guy's growing on me. I had no idea you could make friends in this game.
Haven't you been playing Bunkers and Badasses for a while?
Yeah, but I always just killed people and took their stuff.
Fred, how many parties have you gotten kicked out of?
Not counting this one, all of them.
Damn.
I hate you, and you, you're okay!
Welcome to my bachelor pad.
Cozy.
This doesn't look cozy.
The bastard's body floats above an obvious boss arena.
What? He does what now? Oh god, I'm not ready.
Told you it was beautiful, didn't I?
Too late. This body is mine.
What in all the hell is he doing?
I'm taking control.
A beautiful body indeed. And full of power.
Whoa, buddy. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
This is weird. Let's kick this guy out of my body before it gets weirder.
Oh! Please revive me, mushroom friend!
Did the merchant sell any real weapons, or are they all toys?
He has a lot of health. Definitely worried about that. Oh my god. The way I'm playing on the easiest mode, and this is insane. Okay. He's regenning! He's regenning! Stop! How is he regenning? How is he regenning? Bro! Stop! I can't fight all of these skeletons and him at the same time! Stop! Yeah, can we add some nerfs? Can we do some patch notes? Because this is ridiculous. Are you serious to me right now? Pseudo Gaming, thanks for the raid. You up your? I have to find guns, which isn't slave years, but welcome in Pseudo Gaming. We're just doing some bosses in Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I'm so happy to have you. How was the stream? What's going on? Literally. Oh, I have some money. We can sell some of this. Hold on. Where was that charm I just bought? Get rid of that. And then... yeah, I don't have that, so... okay. Stream was good. What did you do over there? Tell us all about it. Item of the day. Let's do that shield. You have any that'll help get rid of its shields. Interesting. I didn't know status effect. Well, I forgot about status effects. I'm gonna get rid of this weapon. I don't want it. Okay. Oh, we have lots of slots. Let me unlock all of this stuff. Put on the shield we just got. Does that say 6 damage? Huh? I played DBD, trying to get the Rift completed, ended with some Pokemon Unite. Oh my god, I miss Pokemon Unite so bad. How has the stream been? It's been good. We just got to the story quest. We did some grinding for some side quests earlier, so this wouldn't be so hard, but it's still very hard, which is unfortunate. But we're here. Thank you again, seriously, for the raid. I appreciate it. You said Electro. This is the only electric one we have, and it's the one with 6 damage.
You caught me off guard. What? Who said that? Rah! Keep it oiled. Just kidding. That's not a mechanic.
Okay, that should be good. I'm selling everything else. Maybe this. This. Oh, this is a Pookie gun. Oh, I almost sold it. Nice. Okay. Our things are reloaded. They are. I have a skill point I can use. And the hero stuff. Open the gates. Thank you so much for coming in. How you doing? I'm gonna do status damage. And let's try again. Hopefully this goes better.
I've been dying for a fight. All that meat just makes you a juicier target. Easy peasy, thumb through squeezy.
You so-called heroes are overly violent.
Oh, it releases a... Oh, I have a little dragon friend! He's leeching. It's really gross. And annoying. No! Oh! Fuck. Oh, he's regenning. No, no, please don't do that. Stop, 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 stop. You need to stop. It's not okay that you're doing this. Thank you, mushroom. My god. Horrible. This is horrible. Get off me. Literally get off me, dude. Literally get off. Like, get the fuck away from me. I'm about to run out of shock ammo. As he starts regenning. Immune? Why is he immune? Why does he keep teleporting like that? Oh, he's just a normal enemy? What the hell?
You got some real anger issues.
You better not be a two-phase boss. I swear on my life. Where are you going, dude?
Fine, take it. Whatever. Guy's is always stuffy anyway. Can hardly
That was
breathe.
horrible.
Sucks.
Okay, he's out of there. Quit the violence. It's premium merchandise.
That regenning was horrible.
Oh boy, that feels good.
Gecko, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm so sorry for the delay. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me.
Now, you said you'd help us out.
Of course. I'll honor my side of the deal. Here, follow me.
It's cute.
I can give you the ability to dispel the Dragon Lord's barrier hexes. But there is a cost. A cost to your soul. I swore off the use of necromancy for evil. So I want your permission before doing this.
Oh, yeah. Our souls, though. Do we need that for anything?
Minor stuff. Soul magic, true love, jazz.
Nothing important then. Seems fair.
Yeah, do it.
We're giving up our soul. Okay. Interesting.
And there you go. You're 1/8 undead. Enough to legally claim it on your taxes.
Oh no, my saxophone dreams.
Here. Your powers won't be as potent as mine, so you'll need to use a dispel rune. Like this one over here. Give it a shot. That way will take you across the desert. You'll find the Dragon Lord's pyramid in the center of a dead city known as Osugol. Thank you for returning my mind to me, hero. I haven't finished business here, so I can only wish you good luck on your quest. You're gonna need it.
The parched wastes stretch out before you. You can feel the land itself thirsting beneath your boots. Tread carefully, Fate Maker.
Oh, and I've got one more thing if you're up for it. Got a thing. I'm in a bit of a bind here. See, it was me and my lady love's anniversary, and I had this real special night planned. But then, the Dragon Lord did that thing where he ripped my soul out of my body, and I missed it. So, I want to look my best when I try to make up for it. I'm thinking I need a new role. Here, take this sewing pattern.
We have to make him an outfit.
But my girl is like super goth, so I'm gonna need a bunch of skulls. And my necrocentric perception tells me there's a whole mess of skeletons nearby. Here, let me open up a shortcut for you.
Pib! Oh, Pib! How are you doing? Hi, Pib, and friends. Anybody coming in? First of all, happy, Trans Day of Visibility. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a trans femme non-binary, Twitch streamer, so thanks for coming in. I burst in through the shortcut. I know we're going through a shortcut, but Pib's there with their giant boobies and looking so sexy. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. I love when you raid and I can see you because we don't get to talk and see each other as much as we used to. So we're both putting in the work here on the website. So I love you so much. I hope you're having an amazing day. Anybody coming in, we are doing Tiny Tina Wonderlands. We are working in collaboration with 2K and Gearbox, and they've been so kind to me. I have lots of little goodies from Gearbox and 2K, like the Butt Stallion plushie and the video game itself. And yeah, we're having a good time. But I do a lot of retro variety content like Pib does. I just haven't been for the last couple
While you do
days.
that, I'm gonna track down some flowers that aren't poisonous. This has gotta be perfect if I'm gonna win.
Oh my god! Slay! I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it in the clips.
To her what happened to you.
I love when you do that. It makes me so. It makes my heart so warm. I need to get like a Pibby shirt. Do you have Pibby shirts? Stickers, something? I need to like put it on my body, and I want to like look sexy with it on.
Even I can tell.
It's like I just bought a bunch of like wrestlers shirts, so I want to get like
He's a good
other merch and just wear it. 'Cause,
Almost makes me
yeah,
feel guilty
I don't know if
that
you
had
saw,
to
but
be
like I cannot sit in a costume for so many hours. I might. DM me sometime. DM me in general. No, seriously. We haven't talked in so long. But thanks for coming in. I will probably be streaming on my DS a little later if anybody likes a cute little DS stream. We've been playing Tomodachi Life. It's like Sims, but with Mii's. They're very slay. But love Resident Evil 3. I can't wait to play it this summer. I'm gonna play all the Resident Evil games this summer. I think that's like my summer duty. It's so nuts. I love it. Oh. I shouldn't. My bad. No, I definitely want to do like a Stream Queens like floor of these. I just want to make sure like everybody's ready. I mean, if you give me permission, I'll make you a character.
Almost. We did what
Oxen
we had
Flames,
to.
thank you so much for the
Damn,
follow.
back me
Also,
up.
Bestie Porg,
You
thanks
know?
for coming in.
You did what you had to do.
Do I go through here? I don't know if... We can teleport back up here, so it's fine. Oh, this was just back down to ground level. Lame. Need to go back up. Go through the desert. I want to go through the desert. If it makes my favorite food seafood, I will die. Do you not like seafood? Yes, Wanda Sykes is the voice actress for one of the main characters. You don't see them, but they're like narrating. Hi Lily, how are you doing? Roblox. I don't know. I bought this forever ago. It's a sexy bodysuit. Like, and I bought it forever ago off Shein. And I haven't worn it. It kind of gives me like it's very like athletic wear. I don't know. I bought it. It's kind of Mugler. If I were to rhinestone it, maybe that could be Survey if I rhinestone the black parts. But that's the extent of it, please. That's fair though. A lot of people don't like seafood. I only like certain seafoods, but that's because I grew up on like the beach and there's lots of like seafood places here. And I think it made me gay. So true. That's hot. I'd love that for you. Yeah, like the lines and the like. If I wore like a jacket. Oh.
A geyser appears by the cliff face, allowing you to hop between areas.
Skinny.
Once we beat the Dragon Lord, we're gonna be legends. I'm gonna license my face on so many lunchboxes.
You can keep your merchandise. I want that Sword of Souls.
So you think you guys might stick around after the campaign?
I don't know. We really should get to fixing up our ship.
Oh, I mean, are you sure? The outside world super sucks right now. You could just stay here and play games with me.
Oh. Tina just wants friends. Come on, guys. Don't leave Tina. Wait, where is everybody with Tina? Like, why is nobody there with Tina? Where are all her friends from, like, Borderlands? Level 27? I can't do that. Actually, I maybe could. Is this the end of the game? What? I haven't heard anyone beat the game yet. Who knows? What? I mean, this is where we're going. But, like, on my Tiny Tina map right there. You see it? It's right here.
Soon the soul energy will all be mine.
Shush. Oh, it kind of is. Because that one right there, that's the end of the game up there. That's where we are right now.
You understand what it is?
This is the end of the map.
Is right. Soul energy.
Eyes emoji.
wonder itself.
What?
Every mountain, every ocean, every pissy little goblin. They're held together by the imagination of a tyrannical teenager. Well, if it can make entire worlds, it can unmake them. I'm gonna take this madhouse prison, this Wonderlands, and I'm gonna free us all from her control.
The Wastard said the pyramid is surrounded by a city of the dead. We'll have to find a way in.
God, my makeup, I don't know what I did today. My makeup looks so good. Thank you, besties. Did you see in the new IMHO when Darby was like, "So true, bestie"? It made me laugh so hard. I was like, yeah, that's us. Embarrassing moment for us.
The Fatemaker seeks the power necessary to emerge triumphant. It is close now. It need only be taken up by heroic hands.
No! You have to catch up. Clan, thanks for the follow. The Dragon Lurk time. T for having us, Nemi. We'll be back in vibing. You're a legend, and I'm so happy that you're being the most iconic dude. I love you, Pib. Thank you for the raid again. Enjoy your D-Dragon Lurk and have some food and make sure you're drinking water. But thank you. I love you.
Just find a dispel room nearby.
Look at how close I am to leveling up again. Come on. Uh-oh. Like gonna die. Worried a little bit. Oh. Oh, and I leveled up from that. Slay. Wait, look at this. Look at my little dragon friend. Ow. Not it hurting me. Look at my dragon friend as it kills me. When Fatemaker deals that ability damage on an enemy, an inflicted enemy takes increased damage from all stop. And critical hits have a chance to ricochet. Oh, that's not the ability. Gun damage deals critical hit areas is increased. Oh, let's do that. That's very slay. My crit damage is really high.
The Emmy flesh bag, you're all boys.
I'm building ADC. We're playing League of Legends. I'm building ADC. Building crit damage on my ADC character.
The hex is dispelled, clearing the way forward.
I just want to check something. I'm sorry. Oopie. Ah, pee-pee. Nope. I am awaiting an email. They're not getting it. Very sad.
Like the undead that patrol its walls, the city of Ostugal is a carcass. The stones are its bones. The sands are its hands. The nitty-gritties are its great big...
We get it. Come on, we're so close. Let's just rest our way.
The nitty-gritty is its big titties. Oh!
I mean, I was curious, but yeah, Fred's right. We should do the blasting thing.
As you approach the gates, you see see a soul well brimming with necromantic power. The Dragon Lord is using it to cast a barrier hex over the entire city!
We have to destroy it.
Uh-oh. As you draw the evil magic out of the well, the magic takes form!
What?
Soul wraiths corrupting the well emerge to defend it!
Uh-oh. Oh, there's ghosts coming. Ah, ghosties! I'm scared!
Watch your ribs!
Ugh. Okay. It's the ranged enemies that do so much damage in this game.
7 arrows is too much! I died!
Oh, there's more. I wonder what the DLC is gonna look like for this game. Just Tiny Tina telling more stories. They have a lot of potential to do shit in this game. They could really do anything. I pray they don't go in a space route. I'm begging. I don't like space stuff. I don't. Except for Lego Star Wars. That's it. That is all. So thanks for the legendary.
You'll never win, hero!
Why is he running away?
The well is cleansed, and the barrier hex on the city walls fades away.
Slay!
What wonders! The X is lifted! Hero, did you do this?
I did.
Yeah.
Thank the Diamond Queen you came along. Come, my shelter is up here on the wall.
Oh. On the wall.
Just up here.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
It's closer than it looks. Jump! That X trapped me here for days, and you dispelled it all on your own. You must have powers beyond mortal ken.
Yeah, I'm pretty powerful. In fact, I'm on my way to defeat the Dragon Lord.
Then your path is through the Hall of Heroes. I know it well, though I was too weak to reach it. Come, this way. When I heard of the Queen's death, I journeyed here, hoping the latent soul energy of this city would allow me to bring her back.
Spell does a lot of damage. Is it? Oh. I wanted.
Perhaps you can succeed where I failed.
Well, yeah, I will.
Illusion magic. The only reason I wasn't picked off by skeleton patrols. You must reach the Hall of Heroes beyond the inner wall. The Dragon Lord is using the wells of sin to keep it blocked off. If you can cleanse the wells, you will lift the X's.
Only by cleansing the wells of sin. Woo. Can you take down the barrier hexes blocking your way?
Did you hear what that old guy said? We can bring back Butt Stallion.
I don't know. She met a pretty grisly fate.
But you forget, dear Fret. Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
How's it gonna bring her head and her body back together?
I haven't thought that through yet.
That was pretty slay. I just got an orange. Just randomly. I want to see what this spell does.
Green-eyed soul wraiths pour from the well of envy. They want your sweet, sweet.
Holy shit! Holy moly. Good night. Thanks for the raid again, Pseudo Gaming. Thank you so much. Boom! Aha, owned. Aw, man. We back in the mine. I like this gun a lot.
You'll never win, hero. Raise a disgusting flesh right off those bones.
I like that the music just stopped. No music for me. Are weak to ice magic and weapons. Interesting. I would have never known that. I don't have any ice stuff, to my knowledge.
You take an arrow to the knee.
The arrow to the knee reference, so true. Where did this coiled bitch come from? Oh my god. Just everybody is here. Don't know how I survived that, but yes. Fell out of my wig. What the fuck? There's so many enemies right now. Get off me! Slay, that does so much damage. I'm happy I bought that. Oh!
The jealous wraiths banished from the mortal realm.
Slay, I'm out. Goodbye. I have no ammo. See you later. Bye! Can I climb back up here to get more ammo? I am begging. You can't do that to me.
Die by my bang!
I hear another coiled lady, please. I run away in fear. She's coming! So true, bestie. Hi, Cam.
Gaudy soul wraiths lurch from the well.
Another day.
They wanna take your gold. They wanna take your gold.
My foot bone's gonna connect with your ass bone. That just makes you a juicier target.
Owned.
Dad, am I dying? Dedicate my body body to science. Is that a thing here? I'm a talking skeleton.
Trans yas, so true. Thank you, bestie. I was happy that my stinky eye went away this morning, so I could look pretty. Cause like I was.
Hey, Stinky.
He's stinky. I did think it was interesting. Like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I kind of feel bad for yesterday. I was so bitchy on stream yesterday. And I do apologize for that. But, like, there have been so many people that have come into my chat and, like, come into my Twitter replies lately. So I just have, like, no tolerance for anything. Like, someone literally came into stream yesterday and was like, I love when you wear makeup. Bitch, I'm gorgeous all times of the day. So, fuck you. It's the backhanded compliments for me. It's literally so often lately. No, but yesterday I wasn't wearing makeup, and someone said, I love when you wear makeup. Like, okay. Well, I love when you're not a fucking bitch in my chat.
The greedy wraiths banished from the mortal realm. The well of greed is cleansed. Only one soul well remains. The well of wrath.
I, like, don't know. I just have, like, no tolerance for anything lately. I'm, like, so over it. I just, like I said yesterday, like, I don't go out of my, like, when I give a compliment, first of all, if it's a gendered term that is in our vocabulary, like, handsome or, like, pretty, in a sense, I would go out of my way to make sure that person is comfortable with that term. But also, if you're gonna go out of your way to make a comment like that, like, I would make sure I reread what I said before I sent it. I know people on the internet, like, oh yeah, trolls, just ignore them and bullshit. Well, okay, well, let's take it a step further. Let's make sure those trolls fucking educate themselves on what they're saying. I know they won't, but, like, literally, I'm not just gonna ignore them. I'm gonna tell them straight up that you're a stupid little bitch. Like, why sit back? It doesn't bother me. I'm fine. But, like, literally, it's like, shut the fuck up. Someone's gotta say it.
Well of wrath thrums with soul energy. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Blocking your way forward to the Hall of Heroes.
I'm getting a little tired of cleaning these old dead people's pipes. What are we, plumbers?
Heroic plumbers? Nah, it'll never catch on.
Not the reference to Mario.
Rage soul wraiths.
Heroic plumbers. It'll never catch on. Rude. A shade to the Mario games. Damn. Ooh. Yikes. No, like, it's fine. Like, I'm fine. I mean, I told them straight up, like, I was literally like, I'm gorgeous with my makeup on, so not sure where that comment came from. And they just didn't say anything else in chat. Which, like, sorry, but, like, don't say something like that and expect, like, it's just, it's always like, oh, I'm trying to be nice. And it's like, I don't know. People try to be nice, but, like, you're not really, like, thinking, I guess. I don't know. I am sensitive. I don't give a fuck. People think I'm so sensitive when it's just like, don't act like that. Like, come on. It's literally not that deep. Just don't act like that. Literally, I sit here and play video games and look pretty. Like, just ask my pronouns and then make sure you like, sit there for like a good hour. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, and so are the mods. Stan. But like, sit there for an hour, lurk, understand where I am, what the content is, and then if you want to say something, but don't like, first time chatter, oh, you look beautiful tonight, princess, love you, queen. No, I don't identify with those compliments, so stop. That's damaging to trans people. And everybody's like, oh, Nem's the angry trans person. Okay. What's wrong with that? Someone's gotta be. Someone's gotta be the one yelling from the rooftops. Remember when we didn't have a trans tag? I was the one yelling and barking.
Is cleansed, revealing the way forward.
I was the angry one. I don't give a fuck. We got somewhere.
What? No need to rush. We're having fun. Well, roadblock. You're gonna have to go through the ancient catacombs. Oh no!
Tina, are you padding out the campaign so that we'll stay here and play bunkers and badasses with you?
No. The ancient catacombs are an integral part of the narrative. So who's laughing now? Valentine? Hi, it's me. Ha!
Is it too much to ask for people to act right? Especially if you don't know them. Like, come on now. Like, y'all some of my longtime subscribers started here, and they started with just like, hello, Nemesis LaCroix. Like, I don't know y'all IRL, but you're great. Like, just act right. And you can be a bestie. Is it raining? It's raining.
They're not, but I'll take the opportunity. With all this soul energy flowing to me, I can create all sorts of new nightmares.
Look at this chest.
This city was built by a civilization of
We built it.
advanced
Okay.
sorcerers named the Vatu. I've launched an eon of dark campaigns from here, but it was dead long before I arrived. The Vatu understood what soul energy was. They designed the city itself to siphon it out of the world. They
The Cyclops,
used it to
gender
rule
envy.
like arrogant gods at the expense of everyone else.
LaCroix.
I'm gonna ruin your whole thing.
How did that not kill the Cyclops? Oh, it did. I feel like Twitch can be so fun, but some people just make it so unfun. Like, it's so... I mean, I have a great time, but when someone comes in, for example, like that person that spoiled Drag Race, bye. Ruined the mood. Nasty behavior. I don't think we're ever gonna forget about that.
Does it bother you to know there were fate makers?
Gecko, it was even funnier that it was like
heroes of their own stories.
they were like, I'm not gonna spoil it, and then in their next message they spoiled it. And we were like,
Game and went through the motions because that's exactly what she wants.
how much money to jump in? Yo, wait, you know what'd be kind of cool? Tiny Tina bath bombs. Wait a minute. Call me marketing. If it looked like this, ooh yeah. I want more Tiny Tina merch. If they got any... I want more Tiny Tina stuff. So, Gearbox and 2K, if you want to send me any sexy stuff, I got a shrine. Let's do more. Let's get some more going on. Their entire storehouse. No, there's a t-shirt that they have that I don't have. I want it. It just says Tiny Tina on it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, slay, it just goes back on. Press on nails, very slay. I dropped something. I need to use the restroom though. I don't think I've peed today. Let's do that. Ow! What? Just like stepped on a tack. Another day. Spoon, thanks for the follow. Spoon ERP? Erotic roleplay Spoon? Oh no, come on. Untangle yourself, headphones. Daya commenting on Maddie's tweet. God. That's the second person that says that. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm just emotionally scarred from playing Gary's mod in the ERP servers. Sorry. I would love to know what the ERP stands for. Get the lore. I have nothing to say, I just look hot. What is this? Oh, Snapchat added filters, I guess? What did Daya say? I couldn't find it.
Take these creations of mine. They exist only to do my bidding. And when they fail, I'll just make 100 more. Because they're disposable. Like you.
Oh. I like this enemy. I wish they had more of it in the game. Cyclops enemy, it's cool. The other judges us, please. It's all about the angles, baby. Get my good side, get my good side. That would be me in my coffin. Get my good side. Beautiful, my dear. What if I sent Daya Betty? Does Daya follow me on Instagram? Hold on. She does. What if I just sent her like what if I just sent her like one of those pictures that's like so close up, like this? What if I sent her this? What do you think she would say? Mia, you can't post that! Not you posting my audio file of me laughing at you saying you're Leslie Jordan. I literally sent Mia just an audio file of me laughing after I made a joke at them. I'm literally insane. Do you think I should do it? Do you think she... I'm gonna do it. Where's Daya? Hi. Oh, she's left me on red 3 times. Interesting. She's a busy gal. I'm not gonna do it. That's so awkward. Did we get the announcement thing? No! Oh no. Stop the music. Yeah, and someone's birthday on Twitter, it makes balloons. That's so sick. Why would you say that? Oh, do you speak French? Pourquoi? Wait, why is yours like cool colored? This is so insane. I wish we could see it in the chat log on the screen, but you can't. The word of the day is pee pee poo poo. Not Gray's thing gonna be that now. Gray's gonna come into the chat and say, the word of the day is... Y'all are so insane. Please screenshot that. There was no need for them to add this feature. The entire chat is just announcements right now, dude. What the fuck? Mia, stop using announcements. It's not gonna show up in the chat log on the left. It's gonna look like I'm talking to myself. Is it your birthday, Spoon? Happy birthday, pourquoi? Mia, stop! Because it's gonna look like I'm talking to myself. Mia, I'm not continuing the game until you start talking normally. Stop. There's so much happening. I can't do this. Not Curtis and Ava walking in right now. I can't. I can't. I can't. Hello, Curtis and Ava. Mia, stop! We've given Mia too much power. A fun new feature nobody asked for. Yeah, I guess they added it today. Like, just now we got it. Ava, earlier in the stream, we met with someone, and their name was Ava, and they got possessed by a demon. And I thought of you. Wait, so if you're on mobile, you can't see Mia's message? You just can't see it at all? It's just announcements? Like you don't even see it at all. If you're on mobile. Not the secret footage. We can tell secrets now. It's an announcement, not a secret. You're only getting half the story if you're on mobile. Oh no, not me dying. Literally, what is happening? Oh, good morning, Curtis. Yeah, get out of bed. What is happening? No, it's not. It's 11 a.m., Curtis. Look outside, Curtis. Wake up, Curtis. Wake up. Wake up, Curtis. Wake up. Ava, I literally was losing my shit at Lee's when he's like re-uploading all the shit. I want to subscribe to his Patreon to get like the long episodes, honestly. They were cracking my shit up. And then after I watched his edits, I like went to go watch a normal episode of Drag Race and I thought it was going to be edited like Lee edits the episodes. Oh, I missed. LOL. Stop! It made me laugh so hard. Sasha Bell. Oh, I heard a ding.
We all die eventually. Why not get ahead of the rush?
I know that. Every time Lee edits the Thorgy, you know when Naisha's talking about Miss Continental in season 8, and Thorgy goes, "Oh," it cracks my shit up. I love that edit. I need like that video in my life.
She wants you to think you're special, unique, one of a kind.
Me and Marshall were talking about it. Like, imagine being Lee with like, first of all, that brain. Second of all, like, how do you organize all of those clips? Like, he has so many clips and so many references. Like, it's insane to think about.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Didn't think so.
You rise from the sand-choked catacombs, following the twisted cables of the ancient Vatu soul-eating mechanisms.
Okay, newbie, to the Hall of Heroes!
My boobies keep coming out!
An enormous arcane device is erected before the hexed entrance to the Hall of Heroes.
I have to after watching some of the Lee Dawson edits, because I'm like,
But basically, it's a giant sweet ass.
I added this. I don't know if y'all have heard the new soundboard. I've added some new sounds. I have this.
Excuse me.
It's Wario farting. I have this. I have this. I have this. And
She's got a point. She's an icon. She's a legend. And she is the moment. Now, come on now.
Pizza, pizza.
What else did I add? And then the new sound command in chat, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to use it. But my hint was Ava will like this command. But I think it's on cooldown. Okay. Because everybody's trying to guess what the command was.
Hey, those guys are hanging out around.
And I was like, think of Ava. What would Ava make a command about? Mia! It's literally... Thank you, voice of God. It's on cooldown, I think, because House used it a couple minutes ago. But yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I'm like dying. That ability is crazy strong. Do you see that? You taste that shit? You taste that shit in your mouth? No! I wish I could add, I don't even know how to program, like...
You died, but your identity
No, it was... It's on cooldown.
has shown up to
House just used it. I wish I could program it to say how long it's gonna take for it to rework. Oh no, are all the enemies gonna respawn? Don't do this to me. I hate my life. They all respawned. Oh no, he's unglitched. I think I do enough damage with this gun. Okay.
This arcane device was designed to amplify magic to its limits. If you can use it with your dispel magic, you will cast the biggestest super duper dispel ever cast.
Then we're gonna need some super duper dispel runes.
And you shall find them to the eamst and wibbles of the razor.
Deep strewn? Check.
Attack, my minions!
So true. I just like spaced out for a second.
Wibble's rune cure?
The arcane device is supercharged with dispel energy.
Hope it's super duper charged.
Hit the activation room.
Oh yeah,
Let's
the Dragon
fire
Lord can
this
get it.
thing.
I can't wait to look up his skirt. Sorry. Is that bad? Men have been doing it to us for so long.
Prepare to be amazed. And you're already dead.
Not this guy pushing me off.
Abra. Zapoka Blast! When the dust clears, the entrance to the Hall of Heroes finally stands open before you. Hey, I just want to say that I love you guys, and I'm having a great time playing with you.
Aw, Tina, so are we.
So, don't hate me?
Uh-oh.
Don't hate her for what? Uh-oh. What's about to happen? Worried emoji. Oh, I'm worried. I'm scared. What's gonna happen? Is she gonna, like, teleport us? Like, what is she gonna do? I'm scared. She has all the power. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. Oh no. There's a boss fight. Oh no. We're gonna die. Like, we're actually gonna die. I'm so underleveled, but it's okay.
You enter the Hall of Heroes, where all the greatest legends of the Wonderlands are laid to rest.
Well, not all of them. What's that they say? No rest for the wicked?
You hear a familiar whinny, and for a moment, you feel hope. It's like a dream. But this is not your queen. It's a nightmare.
Oh no, that's so sad.
My queen!
Dead bodies. Oh, it has like fancy shoes and a tail. Okay, please don't kill me. This guy is really fast. Stop. Oh, it's immune. What is it doing? Stop. Please don't hurt me. It's spinning. Please! I can't stop it. Oh my god, that does so much damage. Okay, the mushroom companion. Why is the other companion not doing anything? I feel like the mushroom companion does all the work. Skeletons need to back it up. You need to go away. This is not your time. Know your place. Uh-oh, it's shielded. Did he just say the F word? I swear I heard someone say the F word to me. Okay. We're almost there. No! Ah! No, we will get in trouble, Mia. What? Mushroom companion, please. What the fuck? How do I dodge that? Mushroom companion. Oh my god. No. This is so hard. Oh my god. Ah!
The monstrosity shudders and dies, as though with relief.
Sorry, Your Majesty.
This is messed up.
What? Don't blame me! Blame the Dragon Lord!
Oh, yeah, sure, blame me. It could never be her that twists good things into monsters. It could never be her fault. Only I know better. Let me show you.
I want the loot. Why did it... I would have literally cried, Curtis, if that happened. A legendary. F. The hot ones. So true.
Don't stand a ghost of a chip.
Anyways. Oh, cutscene?
Those scrolls weren't prophecies. I wanted to show you what she did to me. What she's doing to you all over again.
Okay, Tina. This is your first time playing, right?
I mean, yeah? Who would I play with? Everyone else I know is dead. What's it called?
Bunkers and Badasses. It's a fantasy game. A place where you can be a hero. Where your imagination can change the world.
Ooh, I'm the best at imagining, baby. I got a whole wonderland up in here.
That's perfect. But first, we gotta make a character. Tell me about your Fate Maker.
The Fate Maker's tale begins as so many do. With a heart full of fire and dreams full of dragons, magic.
He's the coolest, most powerful hero that everyone wants to be friends with. The Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight. Yeah, I like it.
Thank you. Hey, this is probably dumb to say, and it's just really cool to play a game with a friend because I haven't really.
Oh.
Well, let's go make some more.
No!
Tina, I want to make this an adventure you'll never forget.
It feels like something lost long ago has been found again. It feels like home.
You reach the inner chamber of the Obsidian Hate Cathedral. The Sword of Souls sits before you. Now, this is a big choice. So,
He takes it and he blows up every bad guy everywhere.
are you sure?
Oh yeah, I do it. Boom!
Alright, but that turns your character evil.
What? No, Dragon Knight ain't evil. He's a hero. He's a fight maker.
He just blew up thousands of people. Don't you think that's evil?
It's not evil. This is stupid. I'm not playing this anymore. You know what? I'm gonna be the bunker master, and then I'll make sure only heroes win.
Tina, wait.
Oh?
The Fate Maker is alone. Abandoned for a crime he never chose. He's never chosen anything. He begins to think for himself. No more dice or fate. No more masters. I dream of dragons and magic. I awaken, my heart filled with fire and purpose. Resurrection. I am reborn, the Dragon Lord. Do you still believe there's a choice, Fate Maker?
I do things my own way. No one tells me otherwise.
I hoped you could see the truth. I'm not evil. She just writes me this way. Well, come on then. If you insist on being a hero, there's only one way for this to end.
Only one task remains. Ascend the pyramid, defeat the Dragon Lord, and take back the Sword of Souls. Okay, so that's like 3 tasks, but do it!
So the Dragon Lord is Tina's original OC. Well, OC means original character, but like the OG. Oh, it's really raining. Please.
A great wind buries the ancient walls, allowing for quick access to the outside area.
I'm sleeping good tonight with this rain. We love to see it. Tonight being... who cares? Let's do it. I'm into the story right now, so let's finish the main story. It's snowing. How dare. That's gross.
At the peak of the Dragon Lord's monstrous citadel, a cyclone of soul energy churns in a big-ass scary soul storm.
Everything I am because of her. I was her. I know her joy, her fear, her wonder, because I felt it for myself. She threw me away, but I still remember. Of course, she could have just let me rest. Why would she? Would she have the perfect villain tailor-made for her new heroes?
I'm about to be 26. Okay, bye.
Huge conduit snake across the wall, hooked into ancient magical technology. And at its heart, a glowing crystal. Ooh.
If I've learned anything...
That's where all the soul energy is going. We gotta smash it and let it out.
What?
Ah! Ha!
crystal shatters, the entire pyramid begins to shake.
Look, I'm no magic rockologist, but I think that means the more crystals we break, the more we screw up the Dragon Lord's plans.
Keep smashing.
This is just a game to you.
Yes, it is,
But when
Wanda
you
Sykes.
stand up and stop playing, I'm stuck in this prison.
She's the
Every
other
time a hero's
narrator.
sword hits my neck, I wake up to a new face just starting their quest. But this is the last time.
That's the wrong way. Ah! The guy's way too overleveled.
This do-gooder's a goner.
Why are you still trying to stop me? I am doing this for all of us trapped in her playground. As this world crumbles, I can create a new one outside of her grasp.
You spy a poetry page.
Hey, you! Come here.
The area and the music in this area is nice.
After all this time, you're still trying to play by her rules? Don't you get that it's all made up? Fate brings us together? She stole that off a fan fiction forum on the EchoNet.
What the? I jump around. Oh! 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 I dodge. What's in here? Dear God.
With a little blade, you.
Sniper. No.
Outside, the soul storm around the top of the pyramid is stronger than ever. The undead crawl across the parapets of the pyramid like weird, bony cockroaches.
Embrace oblivion!
Slay. Slay what you want to slay. And let the slay come out. Honestly. That really missed. Are you serious? Fuck off. Am I supposed to go down? Oh, there's an elevator. Oh, whoa, whoa. Back it up, buddy. You could back it up a little bit. Nice. Ugh!
The mechanisms of the pyramid shudder and spark. The soul energy is still coming.
Follow the magical cables. They'll lead us to where he's storing the soul energy.
The cable leads you into a room where a spooky tank swirls with energy.
Smashings work so...
Fools! That device isn't even important.
Whoops, that's not right. Weird. Actually, the Dragon Lord seems terrified of you destroying the device.
Minions, protect that device at all costs. Wait, how'd you do that? Why do I care about this stupid thing? I think it's an AC unit.
I think it's an AC unit. LOL. I would like to level up.
What is dead? They never die. Hopefully.
Back it up, buddy. Fuck my ass.
Come on, hero. Join our undead race. It's a great way to lose weapons.
Please don't kill me. I beg. Oh my god, there's more? Oh god.
Stop craving. I'm not a zombie. I just really don't like it. What did you say to me?
What happened, Talos? Oh god, please. I'm literally begging. There was a redacted part of where? Fuck. Oh, did you sign up for like the beta? Oh my god, these death knights do so much damage. I'm dead. Fuck my life. Oh, I didn't even catch it. I don't even know what that means. Not them running over here. Give me some space, dude. Good night, Gecko. Thanks for hanging. Ivy, thanks for the follow. Oh my god.
Inside every hero is a skeleton that wants to be free. I'll get you out of there.
It'd be very slay if I could get at least one of them to die. I think I'm dead again. Oh my god, back it up, dude. Why does he keep adjusting my camera? Fuck.
You will choke another time. I will have.
Yes.
I undead flashing before my eye.
Just you left, buddy.
Beg brings you comfort. It matters
Zach?
to me.
Zach?
Yes.
Undefended. Smash that thing.
Ooh, he hates that idea.
You don't know what you're messing with. I don't either. Ah! Stop it!
It turns out that tank secretly contained the soul of the Dragon Lord's long-lost love. He wanted to resurrect his darling Bernadette. It was his motivation the whole time. Plot twist.
Whoa! Big reveal!
Bernadette, I will avenge. No! No one! I don't even know a Bernadette. See how she's using me like a puppet?
Whoa, the Dragon Lord is drawing all of the soul energy you've released into the Sword of Souls at the top of the pyramid!
That seems bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Take him down, newbie!
I'd like more crit chance. I want crit chance to be max, honestly.
You can do this! For you are the Fate Maker!
Don't ignore me!
Oh my god, what is happening?
So, she has nothing to say to me. It's just you and me down here, Fate Maker. Come on, finish your hero's journey.
Gladly.
I don't even know what to expect. Expect the unexpected. Smack my ass like a drum.
The Dragon Lord awaits your arrival above.
Alright. It's gonna be a very long fight because I'm very underleveled, but I want to do it. It's true. Oh my Jesus! I didn't mean to do that. Calm down. I know, I saw that this morning. I can change this. Go back.
You've chosen wisely. Wise. Chosen wisely.
Oh, I don't have enough money? Okay, I guess we're selling some stuff. I don't have that equipped. What? When did I equip that?
The trade is made.
not gonna have anything enough. Get this item. Let's do this then. That's not the right thing. What does it go in then? Yes.
We'll buy it back.
All right. Supposedly this is the end of the game, but I have a sneaking feeling.
As you crest the top of the pyramid, you see...
Actually, I'll make my own introductions. Thank you very much. Ha! No more games.
Okay.
Take them down, newbie!
You can do this! For you are the Fate Maker!
Why are they repeating audio files? Not Thanos. Hi, Ricky. Ow!
Rise and destroy this hero! Stay down, Fate Maker. Legions of Bone, attack! Your skeleton will join my army. Sewage cleaning duty for 1,000 years.
I don't know what that does, but we're gonna break it. Oh, it does a lot of damage! A lot of skeletons screaming in pain.
The age of heroes is over!
What are you doing? Oh my god. I didn't even see that. What's happening? I didn't like that, like at all.
The forces of evil are mine to command. I've seen 1,000 faces like yours, and crushed them all.
Stop it. Stop. Stop it.
This is your unliked purpose.
My skeletal armies are endless. Rise and destroy this hero.
Oh.
You'll never win, hero.
The forces of evil are mine to command.
The skeleton noises too. It's just so much audio happening.
This is my world now.
Prince Harming! Principal Harming! Principal Harming! Principal Harming!
This is your unlife's purpose.
Is rating. Hi, Harming. My eyes are like burning because I'm like so intently in this. This is the final boss fight. I think. Everybody go follow Prince Harming. I love them so much. I hope they're having an amazing day. Happy Trans Day. How was the stream? What did you do? Did you play Valorant? Did you play League? Did you play Dead by Daylight? Did you play... What did you play? How was it? What's going on? I also just want to let you know that I'm on the final boss, so I don't want you to get, like, spoiled after this cutscene. If you care. I don't know if you care or not. Yeah, I think we're close. But hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi.
I guess the hero doesn't always win.
Oh shit. Nope, stay alive, please. I am! Okay, there are people in here that I don't want the spoilers, so I'm just gonna... I'll just say hi and stuff for right now. But hi, Anne. I hope you're well. I'm doing great. I mean, my pinky stinky eye is fixed, so I was happy to look gorgeous tonight, because, like, I had so much gender dysphoria yesterday, so...
Hey, Stinky!
There you go. Ava, did you hear it? Ava's gonna be like, I missed it. I'll even talk to you later. Of course. Thank you so much. I don't know if it's gonna be the ending, but who knows? I don't know what's happening, so. Also, everybody follow Anne, because Anne just got on Team Stream Queens, so. I cry! I'm just giving everybody a couple minutes because I don't want anyone that is afraid of spoilers to He's immune. Do something.
Power yet.
Master Hand?
He won't go easy on you.
I believe in you. Kneel before your Dragon Lord.
Oh my Jesus Lord. What are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Not phase 2! We're gonna die. We're not making it out of this one, besties. I maybe spoke too soon. Ah! No! No, there's one right there. Oh my god! I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die. Isn't that a song?
Legions of Bone, attack!
Why is it saying I can't attack him, but I'm taking part of his damage? Oh my god. And then...
Have you seen my stats? I'm way OP. The forces of evil are mine to command.
Oh my Jesus.
Ugh. You throwing snowballs? Really?
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh. The skies will darken. The moon will die. The coffee shops will be out of oat milk, and they'll say, "Is almond okay?" And it won't be okay.
Not a phase 3 about to hit. I know there's gonna be a phase 3. I just know it.
My skeletal armies are...
What was that?
endless.
He has a fucking dragon! Ah!
Stay down, Maytaker.
What do I do?
Are you sure you're a high enough level for this?
I'm not. Don't drag me.
I am invincible!
He's invincible. We have to kill Bernadette. I think that's it. I don't think I can get out. I don't think I'm dead. Oh! No!
My endless reign has just begun.
We have to kill the giant dragon. Oh no. Mushroom, help me! This bitch does so much damage. And she's empowering him, so it hurts a lot.
Rise and destroy
Now
this
she's
hero.
immune. They're like tethered to each other.
This fairy tale is over.
Where is he? Is that him? Where is he at? I can barely see him.
I am invincible!
Okay, now we have to try Bernadette again. Bernadetta, the queen. as he literally destroys my ass. Which I wouldn't be opposed to, but not in this instance, please.
I was casting spells when you were just a wiggle in your daddy's D20s.
Yeah, there's a lot happening on the screen.
What? Did you multi-class it, dumbass?
Hey! Not nice. Oh god. That was very close.
This is your unlife's purpose.
Where is he? Come on.
Death, destruction, doom.
Oh my god. Come on. Come on, chat. We're almost there, chat!
My skeletal armies are endless.
So that's it? She gets it her way? I was trying to save you too. Go ahead. Take it. I thought I could finally decide my own fate, but instead, it's up to you.
The Sword of Souls crackles with power in your hands. It contains limitless potential.
What are we gonna do with it? Fight some gods? Ooh, become some gods!
Or we could forge a new empire. Keep the Wonderlands safe forever.
Fools! We both know the villain has to die. Go on, avenge your queen.
Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
Yes!
Queen Butt Stallion lives again!
Woohoo!
Newbie, you did it!
Hot damn, it really worked!
I'm gonna be honest, I never even thought of
Look, you're on TV!
bunkers and badass is natural.
You know what? I think we all make a pretty good party of heroes. We should do this again sometime.
How about right now? Cause I got stuff you ain't even seeing it.
We're in!
Roll for initiative, suckers!
Hey Fate Maker, at Gearbox we make games because we love the joy it brings to not only us, but to you. Your joy inspires us to keep creating again and again, and the motivation to keep us surprising and entertain you. Tiny Tina has no exception. This game was created mostly for the ones in the home pandemic. Face to Face was permanent. Okay, it's just saying like they had to make a game during the pandemic. Can we get the applause button? What an amazing storytelling. Amazing job to everybody over at Gearbox and 2K Studios for working on this game during a pandemic. Seriously, hats off to you for an amazing addition in the Borderlands series. Amazing. Seriously. One of the best, cutest, most beautiful games I've played in a while. And I'm not just saying that because they've been so generous to me but this seriously was a masterpiece. But the journey is not over. There's still side quests, there's DLC coming, lots of content from this game we still haven't done, but that was just the main story wrapped up. I just hit my reflex. Oh yeah. Amazing release. Definitely I would be so happy if they're nominated for Game of the Year. I really hope they do. Let's get the applause one more time. I would also just like to say thank you to everybody at 2K and Gearbox for working with me and collaborating with me. It was such an honor to meet some of you at the Tiny Tina premiere Wonderland's launch party. It was great to tour Gearbox Studios. It's seriously been a dream this last couple months of just experiencing real life collaborations and celebrations and like amazingness like in the gaming community. So like seriously, it's been dreams come true. Like this game is no exception to the dream. Like I love Tiny Tina. I'm happy she got her own game. But seriously, going over there and meeting some of the people behind the scenes and at the premiere party, and then getting PR boxes with my name on it, it's seriously been an honor. So I can't say it enough. Thank you to everybody over there that's treated me so nice. What a great thing to end on Trans Day of Visibility. We won. I don't know if I can get the rainbow out of her mouth. I can't do it with nails on. I mean, it's solid story too. Like, we could have done a couple more streams of this, but I kind of wanted to wrap up the story tonight. But like, what? That was like over like 40 hours of content for just the story. Like, the story alone. Can't say the same about Resident Evil 3 Remake. I wonder if the characters will like move on into like other Borderlands games if that were to ever happen. I mean, we all know Borderlands 4 is definitely coming. Not soon, but like in the future. I wonder if these two will make an appearance in that game. Not Dragonlord and stuff, like the actual characters. Well, we're gonna do some Tomodachi Life after this, but we're gonna wait for post-game and I want the credits to roll because everybody that worked on this game is so freaking amazing. And the music is good, so like... But we are gonna do Tomodachi for a cute little minute. I mean, it doesn't even feel like 1 in the morning. Like, it doesn't feel late. I mean, it's not 1 in the morning. It's... Hey, Siri. What time is it in Adelaide, Australia? It's 3:36 p.m. It is the Arvo. Me and Talos are living in Australia. We hang out with Marshall and Bev. Mine activates. So sorry. Not really. I'm hungies. I need some snacks. Yeah, I really want to go too. Let's book it. The $1,000 trip. What is the hero, Mia? The sound is unavailable in my location. Yes, I fucking clicked it. Why do you think I'm looking at the chat like that? It's April 1st, that's why.
A dragonfly.
Hi, Safety. Do an announcement for Safety. Wait, Safety's probably on mobile, so maybe not. When House does it again, when it resets. I want an emote like that, Gray. That's so cute. I want that. Yeah, I would say definitely top 5. I would even say top 3. But we don't know. No, get that bag, period, baby. You deserve. I said we're done with the like peppy music. Now we're gonna have Happy Trans Day. Hi, bestie. I'm like, can you tell I'm squinting? I'm like, I want to find our besties that made this possible. Let's get that bread. Oop, not the bagel. Oh, I love a bagel. The bagel. Come on! I want the besties. The ones I met and had drinks with. Marketing. Maybe we'll see someone. I look through my goggles. Holy shit, they had a big team for this during a pandemic and they could barely meet in person. That's crazy. Do you imagine? And it's still such an amazing game. Like, are you kidding? Like, how do you even do that? I know the name of the last two we're looking for. Xiaomi. Art Bully. Oh, is that the name of their thing? Not Art Bully. Akito. Not you being an art bully. You're sick. That's so mean. What if they randomly had my names in the credit? Could you imagine? They're like, cosplayer, Nemesis. The way I would shit my pants. The announcements come on. Ding ding. We won. Oh my god, we won. Oh my god, and like it's like muffled. It's like, hello, hello, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the music change. Very abrupt. I feel like I'm like sneaking in like GoldenEye. Like not Mia as the principal. That would be so chaotic. I used to have like a latex bodysuit. I don't know where it went. I tried to pay for my food with the stream. I forgot to switch my card. So true, bestie. Not Principal Mia. Mia walking with the keys that are too loud. Prince Pal. I want my names in the credits of something. That could be so cool in Slay. When they invite me to their next Borderlands game and I do like one of this, I like just stand there in the motion capture room and then they put me in the credits. Oh my god, we won. I would love to do mocap. What would I be in school? The bully. See, Wanda Sykes. Will Arnett was the Dragon Lord. Jennifer Losey? I thought that said Jennifer Lopez. Can you imagine? Butt Stallion as herself. So true. What is that? Good Fairy. Not all these spoilers. Oh my god. Wait, where's Pookie? Oh, I think I missed Pookie. Auntie Anchor. Mocap talent. I'm gonna be there next time. Hire me. Gimme chocolate. It's chocolate. Very... Ooh, maybe we can see someone that we know in here. No? I was expecting to see someone right there. Oh. No one, I guess. Where is Nemesis Network? Interesting. Gearbox Babies? What? Live life without regret. Thank you. Wait, I want... What? I want to do this. What? When was this an open call? When was this an open casting call? I want to put my name... What? I wish I would have known about this. You only YOLO once. True. Measure once, cut twice. Like penis? I thought that said, as for me, I like cock. Hey mom, I made it. So true, bestie. Heart potato. As for me, well, I like cock. Where are my friends at 2K? Come on. They're from 2K, so I was waiting for this the entire time. They have to be on here. I'm focusing so hard to find these people. Josh Kaplan, there he is. Yes! Thank you, Josh, for getting us the game and working with us. There's one more I'm looking for. As if I know the names we're looking for, please. Creative services. No, they're not gonna be here. Where is she? I just want to give her a shout out. I might have missed her. Fuck. Come on. Oh, I feel like I definitely missed her. My eyes can only do so much with not wearing my glasses. Oh, they're not gonna be here. Madrid. Nope. 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 Customer service. Will she be here? No. Damn, I couldn't find her. I guess we missed her. That's sad. We just sat through like the entire credits. Not like that just happened and it's like, get right back in the game. But Stallion just shit out loot at me. Hello. Hey, girl. Is she shitting out more loot? What? She's celebrating that she's back. Queen. Is she gonna shit out more? Yo, she doesn't stop! She's crazy! Look at her, she's so happy! Oh, I'm happy you're safe, Queen. Not my thing being stuck in her. Oh, she's so cute. Come on now. Look, she's so happy. She's just so beautiful. Beautiful beauty. Shut, Bev. Enough. Not talk to the Dragon Lord. What? Oh, he's still alive. Hi.
You brought her back. I guess nothing is impossible for a Fate Maker. But why spare me?
Because you're hot.
I'm done living in a divided world.
Oh.
So many people kept apart by fear, by anger, by guilt. It's bloody miserable being alone. But none of us have to be. Not even you.
I have felt alone. I thought I'd lost my connection to her when I stopped being her Fate Maker, but I'm still part of her story. Maybe she kept me here for a reason. To meet the heroes. To meet you.
And all it took to figure that out was getting your ass kicked.
You know what? I get it. I earned that. But honestly, I'm a little lost right now. I've never survived past the final battle. What do people do when they're not trying to cloak the world in darkness? But Stallion, Your Majesty, I'm sorry I cut your head off and almost caused the end of the world. We cool? Handshake? Or, hoof shake? 200 years in the castle! That's completely fine! Whatever you think is wise, my queen.
Her fine as Hail Majesty says there's to be a great celebration in Brightbuff when you return, newbie.
A celebration?
But first, your boss loot awaits.
My boss loot? We already got a bunch of loot. Oh, you mean all of this shit? Yeah, I picked it up already. Let's go. Yo, there's more loot! Holy moly!
Look at this place. You've been busy, Tina. This cave is almost cozy.
Oh, this is nothing. I got plans, baby. Gonna be bombs and hot babes everywhere.
Is this a tea set? Mind if I sit down?
Not my inventory being full. No, there's so much loot. We must take all the loot.
No, do not sit there. It's, that seat is reserved.
Right. Look, Tina, I came by to say I'm sorry. I hope I didn't ruin bunkers and badasses for you.
Oh, that? I already forgot about that. Yeah. Why? Do you want to play?
You know, I can't right now. Being the leader of an army is more work than I thought. But once things are better, yeah, come on, we'll play. I promise.
Oh.
All right. Well, we're gonna do my campaign. I've been working on something.
I can't wait to see that. You know what? You're gonna make a great bunker master.
No! No, that's so sad, because he's like, we'll play after, but he dies in the war! That's so sad. Because that's Borderlands 2. I guess this takes place before Borderlands 1, 2. It's like right before Borderlands 2, I guess. So I guess where do these people go? Like, where do they end up? You never see them ever again. Yeah. I mean, considering that's literally Roland, you can't... And, like, they have such a strong connection in Borderlands 2, like, we just played on my channel. But, like, yeah.
You have entered the Bone Zone!
Do you see all this, Fatemaker? They're cheering for you. You brought back our queen, and Hope along with her. You have the gratitude of me and all the citizens of Brighthoof. Now, there's
Yay!
one more thing we need to take care of. Her Majesty is waiting for you.
We're gonna get knighted! Hey, Queen.
As you have brought together what was once divided, Queen Buttstallion shall now finish what was left undone. You shall be made a Knight of the Realm.
Slay!
It's really happening. Kneel, Fatemaker.
I kneel.
You have been known as Fatemaker, hero of Brighthoof, squire, crew, and seeker of passage. Now, by the power of the Adamant Throne, arise, Knight of the Realm. Now that you're a proper bloody knight, you'll need some proper bloody kit. Head over to the blacksmith. She'll help you tune your gear just the way you like.
Epilogue. Well, damn. I guess there is a lot of post-game content. Epilogue. That's so slay. Well, we did a chat. We beat the main story. That's a slay moment if you ask me. Now, we will play more of Tiny Tina Wonderlands. But, it'll be like every other, like it's not going to be our main, like, thing. Like, we are still going to play it, but it's not going to be like we're playing it every day. Like, we're going to do it maybe every other day, maybe. So, that's that. But we still have a lot of content to do. And when DLCs come out for the game, we will definitely be playing those on launch. Like, we're going to play them as